Hello and welcome to Seoul for semi-finals day at the Victor Career Open, event number 1 on the 2012 OSIM BWF World Superseries. 12 elite tournaments make up the Super Series, 5 of which are premiers and therefore carry an even higher status. The Victor Career Open is one of those 5 premiers and holds the extra status of being the richest tournament in the sport of badminton. A total of $1 million prize money on offer this week. The other premiers, of course, the All England, the Indonesia, Denmark and China. And there's the full list of all 12 tournaments. Well, it's day 5 of competition, and I can tell you that the action has been hotting up, and that is confirmation. The smash speeds for the week, the record this week so far by the defending champion in the men's doubles, Jung Jae-sung, 283. That's 176 miles per hour. As far as the women are concerned, again, it's a doubles player, Tian Qing, 233, that's 145 miles per hour. Well, I wouldn't mind betting that some of those records go today because, as I say, it is semi-finals day, and the semi-finals, the matches we've got for you this afternoon, well, we're starting with mixed doubles, and it features the Olympic champion Lee Yong-dae with his new partner Ha Jung-eun up against surprise semi-finalists from Russia. Then women's singles and the local player Bae Young-ju up against the 2010 winner Wang Shexian. Then men's doubles and the 4 times reigning world champions in a repeat of last year's World Championship final, Kai and Fu from China, of course, up against the silver medalist Ko and Yu from Korea. Then mixed doubles and the world number 2 and 3 ranked pairs, the Danes Fischer-Nielsen and Peterson up against the All England champions Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. And then the 5th and final match this afternoon on semi-finals day is the defending champion men's singles player Lin Dan. He's also the reigning world and Olympic champion, incidentally. He's up against another left-hander, the number 6 seed Sho Sasaki from Japan, who of course is the player that beat Lin Dan in the Indonesia Open last year. So he's already recorded 1 victory over the Olympic champion. Can he repeat it again today? Well, as I say, this the richest tournament in the world of badminton, the Victor Career Open 2012. I'm Jill Clark, sitting alongside Ian Wright as always, and Ian, we've had a tremendous week altogether. We've seen some great matches, but semi-final lineups, I guess the big surprise is the Russians unseeded in the mixed doubles.
Yes, it's been a fascinating week's play so far, and we've got some really good matches today. And I have to say the Russian pair have been exceptional in their run to the semi-final. It'll be really interesting to see how they get on today.
Yes, indeed. Well, I can tell you that the players are being called onto court because it is Alexander Nikolayenko and Valeria Sorokina, unseeded Russian pair, up against another unseeded pair, which is a bit of a surprise, but not when you consider that they haven't been playing together all that long. Lee Yong-dae, of course, is the Olympic champion, but he won that Olympic gold medal with Lee Ho-jung. And of course here he's playing with Ha Jung-eun, and into their second semi-final in Premier Super Series events, because of course they reached the semi-final in Denmark last year. But for this pair from Russia, this is a first for them. Never previously have they been in a semi-final of a Premier event. Well, he's on all the posters, and here he is in real life. Lee Yong-dae, an absolute megastar here in Korea. Well, for both the Korean players, Lee Yong-dae and Ha Jung-eun, got a very busy afternoon in front of them because both of them in 2 semi-finals today. Jules Cavert, our umpire for the first of our semi-finals. And not surprisingly, this is the first time that these 2 pairs have met each other, because I think it's fair to say, Ian, that the Russians haven't supported or been able to support all of the Super Series events. They've concentrated more on international events and Grand Prix events. Well, there's Nikolayenko, 31 years of age. They are 24 in the world rankings, and I can tell you their win-loss record for last year actually translates into 4 titles: the Dutch International, Russia Grand Prix, Italian International and Czech International as well. And that probably just emphasises the point I've made, that they've played more tournaments near to home in Europe and therefore haven't had necessarily the opportunities to come to the Far East and support all of the Super Series. Well, Sorokina, she's 27 years of age and in fact reigning European champion in the women's doubles with Nina Veslova. So there's no doubt they've a lot of experience, but just look at their path so far. First round victory over the number 7 seeds Sompona Nukreteowan and Kunchela Vorovici Chaikal in just 22 minutes. That was extraordinary. And then the second round against former world number 1s from Poland, Matusiak and Ziba. Again, 2 straight games. Yesterday against the Olympic bronze medalist Herhan Bin with his new partner Bao Yi-sin. Well, dropped the second game there, but came through strongly in the decider. So they really have had a wonderful tournament, as you were saying, Ian, just a moment ago. Well, as for the Koreans, Lee Yong-dae, he's 23 and not only Olympic champion, should be mentioned that he's already won 5 Korea Open titles, which means that he started winning Korean Open titles when he was just 18. Absolutely extraordinary. Korean Open title for the last 5 years. 3 men's doubles titles and 2 mixed doubles as well. Well, his partner, Ha Jung-eun, 24 years of age. And she, of course, bronze medalist at last year's 2010 World Championships in the mixed doubles when she used to play with Go Sung-hyun. Now, they had a tough quarter-final yesterday, as did their opponents, and yesterday they disposed of the number 4 seeds, Tantowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir of Indonesia, and like their opponents, needed 3 games to do so. So both of them tough quarter-finals. Eddie Urufianto, the service judge, and just loosening his collar there because it is quite warm inside this Olympic gymnasium number 2. Freezing conditions outside, of course, although we did think it was a little warmer. It was -9 yesterday. We think it's a little warmer than that today, but still jolly chilly. But it's a nice warm temperature inside the arena. Well, no doubt where the support is going to lie, very much with the home players. Understandable if it be a nervous start from the Russian players. This is such a big occasion for them. First ever premier, or first ever Super Series semi-final in mixed doubles, let alone a premier event. But Ian, I can remember on day 2 of competition, and you said to me, watch this Russian pair. They've been playing well lately. I mean, you called it that they'd had the possibility of getting to the latter stages.
Yes, although they've not played many Super Series, what they have done is they've played a lot of matches together, and they've built up a stock of experience. They're a well-grooved pair. They're a good combination. They have a good understanding of each other's game, And very often when pairs like this step up to Super Series level, the other pairs don't know them and they have the element of surprise, and they've certainly used it to good effect this week. Just to expand a little bit on what you were saying about them not playing many Super Series, they had a very strange situation at the beginning of last year, the beginning of the qualifying period, where both of them were concentrating a little more on the level doubles, but they were actually on different programs, where Sorokina was playing a Super Series program with a ranking in ladies doubles. Nikolaenko, playing with his partner Durkin, was having to play lesser events to try and build the ranking up to get into Super Series, and that explains why they hadn't played so many tournaments together early on in this season.
Pushed it just a little wide. Well, just before play got underway, I saw Ha Jung having her knee very heavily strapped. You can't really tell, but she's wearing skin-coloured strapping on there, but I saw her with the physio, and my goodness, that was heavy strapping that was being put on her left knee. Yeah, it's gone well long. Yeah, more aggressive on that shot from Ha Jung. That's a clever smash. Aimed towards the right hip of Lee Yong-dae.
Yeah, Nikolaenko started well in this game. He's creating good pressure from the mid-court and the rear court. As you say, he does direct his smash very well.
Kim Hyun-jin, doubles coach.
Sorokina forced to lift. Lee Yong-dae, as usual, placing his smash to good effect. This will be a feature of this game. Nikolaenko, he likes to step up on the mid-court and put pace on the game flat. Likes to hit flat to the centre and onto his female opponent.
She changed her mind, didn't she, from the net, Sorokina?
Yeah, again, well constructed from the Russian pair. Good centre attack from Nikolaenko. Sorokina intercepting, Nikolaenko following forward. Good aggressive play.
First time in the opening game we've had a 2-point difference between these two pairs. Oh, it's a very good smash.
Yeah, she sees here her opponent's trying to take an aggressive stance in defence. Goes for angle rather than pace.
Well, it was an awful low serve, in all honesty, wasn't it? Very loose indeed. We've been watching her for the last few tournaments, and she has been struggling with confidence on her, or lack of confidence on her low serve, and that gave an ideal opportunity for Nikolaenko to pressurise from the start of the rally. So a 2-point advantage to the Russians at the mid-game interval. So, Russian pair certainly not overawed by the situation. Started well. Said earlier on, I wouldn't be at all surprised if they were a little bit nervous, but they've settled the better of the two pairs.
Yeah, I think the Koreans have concentrated a lot of their play on Nikolaenko, whereas he started in very confident fashion. Actually, there have been signs that Sorokina is a little bit nervous. She has made one or two changes, she's had one or two changes of mind at the last minute. Just wonder if the Koreans are going to direct a little more play onto Sorokina.
Good rally. Terrific.
Well, it's a really high quality rally from all four players. Sorokina defending really well, but in the end Lee Hyundai finding a way through. Got the look of the net cord, but it was would have been well placed anyway. Found space, saw that Ha was looking to cover the straight, and at the last moment changed the direction of it, went across the court.
He's broken the strings of his racket. There's Nikolaenko.
So far, though, he's attacked very well, hasn't he, Jill? You know, he's gone centre most of the times with his first smash. That creates time for the second, and then with the second one, he's tended to go at the girl. To good effect. He's been very efficient on attack so far.
Yeah, he is vastly experienced, the 31-year-old Russian. As I say, he's played many years in his men's doubles with Dorkin. A slight hesitation there.
Yes, and he paid the penalty, didn't he? That's the first real mistake he's made in this game. He's been attacking really well so far. He'll be looking to put pressure on this service, that's for sure.
Not surprised, the flick. Oh, my word.
Well, there's another high-quality exchange. Eventually Haar being able to finish, but super reactions from Sorokina to keep the Russians in the point for so long.
It's a clever smash again from Sorokina.
Yeah, we've seen one or two examples already in this game where Sorokina's not afraid to go to the rear court. As with all the Russian young players, she started her career in singles. She had a good junior career as a singles player in Europe. And that serves her well at high level in the doubles and mixed. Good defence from Haar there, managing to turn the shuttle across the court here. She's stuck on straight defence against the male player, which is not where she wants to be, but that's a super defensive shot. There's Claudia, the Russian coach, very experienced.
That's long with the back line. He's a tall man, isn't he? He's difficult to serve to.
Yes, he's always been very aggressive on return, and there's a good example of it, and a good example of their understanding that a lot of combinations the man would have stayed forward there, and that they're very well organised where they both step up on the half court, and Sorokina's able to take the interception on the other side of the court. Again, that's really good attacking play from the Russians. They're creating a lot of attacking opportunities. Very good deceptive block at the start of that rally from Sorokina to get the attack for a partner. And once they get the attack at the moment, they're finding ways to get through.
The drive defence there from Ha Jung-eung, absolutely superb, virtually skimmed the net.
Yes, looks like a mistake from Sorokina, doesn't it, when you first look at it, but she's under such pressure because the trajectory is very flat, as you say. Very difficult to intercept.
clever. Very, very clever. A little wry smile from Nikolaenko.
Yes, he was outmanoeuvred there. Lee Hyundai reading the play really well, reading the block, stepping up, taking it early and finding space in the rear court.
All level once again. Oof.
A little bit unlucky. It was a well-directed return, just out the side.
Yes, there was certainly an opportunity to attack. It wasn't the best of low serves. Let's see what she does here. Will she flick again? Last time she served to Nikolaenko. I think she put in the flick. Oh, that's a great low serve. What a difference! When you get a good low serve, opponents can't attack, and therefore there's a real chance to intercept the third shot. Two points now from this opening game for Ha and Lee. Just wide.
Well-directed smash. Just forced the error from Lee Hyundai. Had to adjust his position.
The error on the low serve. They'd all taken an age to really get ready, and what a time to make an error. 2 game points now to the Koreans. First time of asking. 21-18. And it had been the Russians who led for most of that opening game, but in the end, at the crucial moments, Lee Hyundai and Ha Jung-eun came good, and they take the opening game 21-18 in 19 minutes. Well, that must be very dispiriting for the Russians, because they played so well throughout, and then an error on serve.
Yeah, I think that's still in Nikolaenko's head. During this coaching break, he's still talking about that he felt Lee Hyundai delayed the play, and that caused the error. He's got to get that one out of his head now, focus on the next game. Just signs of great experience at the end of that game, although he's a lot younger than Nikolaenko. Hyundai showed why he's the Olympic gold medalist at the end of that game. Came up with a couple of super plays at the end, and that just made the difference.
Well, as we're seeing from these highlights of the opening game, getting on the attack was absolutely crucial. Whichever pair seemed to be hitting down first seemed to win the rally. Yeah, he's pretty happy, isn't he? 1 game up. That was his reaction. Players back on court now for the start of the second game. Good crowd here at the Olympic Gymnasium number 2. Low serve just short. Left in no doubt by the line judge. Good loud call, that's what we like. Oh, that's delightful. Well, he does bring the shuttle down so well and uses all of his 188 frame.
Yeah, another good example here. Gets up, takes the shuttle really early. That's a good angle. Hyundai forced to defend from very low down. Difficult to control from down there.
Overdone it. Right idea, there did seem to be a gap there.
Yeah, you can see the tactic from Lee Young-dae. Early on in the first game he was playing the mid-court and the two Russians were getting very high up the court and able to put a lot of pressure on Ha. And now he's just mixing it up a little bit, using the back two corners, forcing Nikolenko deeper into the court. And that's causing the Russians some problems. It's breaking up their attacking formation. Nikolenko trying to do the same thing to Lee Young-dae. Just drifts out the back of the court though. Tries to use one of his opponent's tactics there. It's too strong.
Oh, indecision. Well, the time he decided to play it, thank goodness Sorokina who was watching him, had turned to face the net again. Got the shuttle in her back. It can be very dangerous for a partner when you turn around, see what the player at the back of the court is doing. That's clever.
Yeah, good play from Nikolenko there. Seeing the Koreans drifting across to cover the straight reply, changing the direction, creating the attacking opportunity. And again, that's a good angled smash to the centre. It's a tactic that's worked well for them so far, isn't it?
Well, every time I watch this Russian pair, I get more and more impressed by their tactical awareness. Once again, clever smash, perfect placement.
This time it's a good attacking combination from the Korean pair. Lee Young-dae setting his partner up really nicely there. Creating the attacking opportunity in the forecourt for Hart, and she puts it away with ease. Good combination.
Yeah, well, he's beginning to look for the flick serve because he knows that his opponent is struggling, really struggling on that low serve. And he put that away with ease.
That's a good return, because it was a good serve. Just managed to push it back, get the shuttle below net height, make it very awkward for her opponent.
Well, defensively, I think Sorokina has improved considerably over the last 2 or 3 years, but there are still weaknesses in her defensive play. Credit, of course, to the Koreans who are placing the shuttle very well when hitting down at her. Oh, dear me. Yeah. It's bothering her. That's obvious.
Strange though, isn't it, Jill? I mean, in that rally there, she played so well, she was so confident, she stayed up the court and basically won the point single-handedly here. Off service, she's playing really well. It's just around the service, isn't it? The rest of the game at the moment looks very sharp. Good block.
What a contrast. That was a great low serve, wasn't it? And had an even better reply.
Yeah, just got enough on it to make it difficult for Sorokina to intercept.
And when she does find her low serve, as she did on that last point, Jung-eun, well, as you say, there's nothing wrong with the rest of her game. Looks very confident. And a 2-point advantage at the mid-game interval.
Yeah, I think the Russians just have to adjust their tactics a little bit. Koreans are forcing Nikolaenko to take more shuttles from below net height in the mid-court. And what he's doing is he's trying to continue to play flat, but the shuttle's going up, and that means that Sorokina is very vulnerable in defence, as you said, Jill. Very difficult for her to get into position. Just needs to use a little bit of block. Ha's got used to the drive play from Nikolaenko. She's playing a little bit deeper off the net. The Russians just need to use that net area a little bit more.
11-9.
Oof, just short. Goodness me, that's a pity from her perspective, because a serve, low serve that skimmed the net like that, if that had landed in, that would have just changed the confidence in a split second. Oh, it's catching.
I think that service at the end of the first game is still in his mind, because for most of the first game he served really well, and he's just lost his rhythm a little bit, hasn't he?
That is tremendous. She was under pressure all the way through the rally there defensively. Jung-eun. And this final shot.
Yeah, we're going to see it. That's a great change of direction from there, from low down.
biggest deficit we've had throughout the contest so far. 4 points difference between the two pairs. Oof, but not for long.
Everybody's struggling on service at the moment.
You were talking yesterday, Ian, about how the shuttles sometimes, once a shuttle has been in play for some time, the base of the shuttle, the cork, can get a little bit softer, and therefore that's why, as the rally progresses, if they haven't changed the shuttle for a few rallies, it's difficult to get the smash down. Does that also make a difference on the low serve? Is that perhaps why players are struggling a little bit, a bit of a softer base of the shuttle?
It's one of the factors. I think the other factor you have to take into account here is the shuttles being used this week are not ones that are used regularly in Super Series events, and they do have a slightly different dynamic, and it affects the service quite considerably, the change of shuttle.
Thought about it.
Yeah, it was the right shot, the right option to try and block and take the pace out.
Well, the whole rally turned around by that delightful block from Ha Jung-eun.
Yeah, and that's been the difference, isn't it? The Russians getting less and less attacking opportunities at the moment because Ha's playing so well on the front court.
16-11. Oof. Oh my goodness, he got it back. Overdone it. What a good rally.
Well, fantastic reactions from Lee Hyun-dae early on in that rally, and then great defence from Ha. And again, she's just tried to turn it this last one, but just overdoes it.
Desperately needs a good serve here, Nikolayenko. Oh dear me.
No, that service at the end of the first game's really affected him, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Really lost his rhythm altogether on service. Can't afford that at this level. It's just drifting away, isn't it, from the Russians at the moment?
Yeah.
Koreans are playing a much tighter game. Not as many attacking opportunities, and the Russians have lost a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, the experience, I think, showing of the Koreans. Two points away from a place in the final, but not yet. Extraordinary. Unbelievable rally.
Great rally again. Both sides at various times getting to attacking opportunities. Korean defence at the moment looks rock solid.
7 match point opportunities for Lee and Ha. No, it's just wide.
Good attack from Nikolenko, showing he's still got it when he gets the opportunities. It's just there's been less opportunities for him to use the big attack in this second game.
Just taking his time. 2 courts in action today, of course, on semi-finals day. And the crowd momentarily having their eyes on the adjoining court. That was a good serve. Superb shot.
Well, that's a fantastic shot and a great rally that the Russians have played there. Great resistance, great resolve, and look at that.
Yeah, sensational. And that's the other thing with the Russian players in general. They're great fighters on court, aren't they? Here they are, match points down. Still fighting all the way. But Nikolayenko's serve is under pressure here. Now, Lee Yong-dae and Ha Jong-eun are through to the final. Tomorrow they'll play their first ever final as a mixed doubles combination in Super Series level. Well, both of them will be back on court later for men's doubles and women's doubles. But that was a tough battle, and let's spare a thought for the Russians because they have had a great tournament. But here it's come to an end. As you can see, Lee and Ha through to the final. 21-18, 21-15 in 39 minutes. Well, Ian, it was brave, but there's confirmation that mixed doubles Korea have finalists for tomorrow. There's a chance of more finalists in the women's singles coming up next, and indeed in the men's doubles, which is a repeat of the World Championship final. Then we'll have the second of our mixed doubles semi-finals, and then to finish off semi-finals day, we will have men's singles and the defending champion Lin Dan up against fellow left-hander Sho Sasaki of Japan. But it's great, Ian, to see Russians in Premier Super Series events semi-finals. That's something that's rarely happened, as we're able to see. Is that the final rally? Yes, that was the final rally. But it is the standard of badminton is growing, and the number of countries involved in these latter stages of major tournaments like this is increasing.
Yes, and they didn't look out of place, did they?
Not at all.
Played a good match. In some ways a little bit unfortunate, made most of the running in the first game. Just 1 or 2 errors and a couple of good plays from Lee Yong-dae making the difference at the end of that first game. But got to be proud of their week's work, that's for sure.
Yes, and as we watch the highlights of that mixed doubles semi-final, that will emphasise your point, as they didn't look out of place at all. Very, very close opening game. Nip and tuck all the way. So that's the first of our semi-finals completed, and we can look forward now to women's singles. And of course, our matchup is the former champion, 2010 champion Wang Shexian, number 2 seed. Of course, she's former world number 1 as well. She was beaten finalist here last year, so she's trying to make it through to her 3rd consecutive final. She's up against the youngster from Korea, Bae Young-ju. Well, I say youngster, they're both 21 actually, so both the same. But while we wait for the players to come on to court, Ian, let's talk a little bit about the women's singles draw, because there was 1 or 2 upsets in the bottom half of the draw. Of course, this is where this match is coming from, and Bae Young-ju not seeded. In fact, by the end of the 2nd round, there was only 1 seed left in the bottom half of the draw.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating week in the ladies singles, but it's a little bit indicative of what's been happening over the last 6 months. More and more young players breaking through into the top 16 and upsetting the top players. It's a really interesting discipline at the moment, the ladies singles.
Yes, I'll concur with that, because whilst in the past there's almost been an assumption that China, one of the top Chinese players, and of course let's not forget they've got the top 3 in the world rankings at the moment, China in the women's singles, and there's always been an assumption that one of the Chinese players will win. Well, yes, they may do, but now there's real pressure from a number of nations. Thailand have got some very talented youngsters, so has India, Singapore,
Taiwan, very, very good young players at the moment.
And indeed Europe.
Well, you have to say that, and the other, you'd have to say also Korea. Korea have got 2 girls that have made great strides in terms of world ranking this year. And we had a super performance in the 1st round from the young Spanish girl, Carolina Marin, the European junior champion. So it's a fascinating time at the moment.
There is Bae Young-ju. Well, her opponent has an incredible record in this tournament. As I say, not only champion in 2010, beaten finalist last year, and this is only her 3rd appearance. So every time she's come to the Korean Open, the Chinese player has reached the final. Crikey, you wouldn't mind that as a record, would you?
No, but she's not only playing her opponent today, she's going to be playing the crowd. There's a great atmosphere today, and they're going to get right behind Bae in this match, that's for sure. She's a real local favourite.
So both these players through to the semi-final stage, but obviously in a very different fashion. The number 14 player in the world, Bae Young-ju, a win-loss record last year, translating into reaching 2 finals, which of course were the Super Series finals of 2010, played in January 2011, and also reached the final of the India Super Series event. But look at that 1st round victory over the number 3 seed, former world number 1 incidentally, Wang Xin, and then against the qualifier once again dropped the opening game, qualifier from Taipei. And then in the quarterfinal yesterday against Li Sherei, if you were with us yesterday, you will have enjoyed watching that one. Total time on court for Bae Young-ju of 2 hours 38. You compare that to this lady, the number 2 seed, who's dropped down to number 3 in the world rankings since the seeding was done for this tournament. Look at that win-loss record for last year, 45 and 11. And that translates into 5 titles, having reached 6 finals. So a very good record in finals. But just look at that. First 3 rounds, all won in 2 straight games, and a total of 1 hour 59 on court. So quite a difference on the length of time spent getting to this semi-final stage. And I don't know, Ian, will that play a part in today's semi-final?
On this occasion, I think not. Bae's used to playing long matches. She's got a style of play where she's a rallying type player. She doesn't beat people easily. Also added to that the home advantage that she's got and the crowd behind her. I don't think that will be a factor today.
But perhaps that will be.
That was going to be my next point. That, isn't it strange, Bai, she's got a really good record against Wang Yihan, the #1 player in the world. She's had several victories over, and real critical victories over as well. Yet against Wang Shixian, not one victory,
Yeah.
just a clash of styles, and it'd be really interesting to see how the tactics unfold in this game.
And not only no victories over the Chinese player, she's never won a game. All of their 5 previous matches won in 2 straight games. So it's a tall ask, isn't it? But as you say, with home advantage, she's been playing well all week. Who knows?
Well, if she's going to do it, it's going to be at home, I think. If she's going to make the breakthrough against Wang Shixian, it's in this hall with this crowd behind her.
Yeah. Marcel Schmidt of Switzerland, our umpire, calls for play to begin.
And there immediately we see the problem. Bai is basically a counter-attack type player. She likes to play off defence. She likes to move the shuttle around, but she likes players to attack against her. And Wang Shixian doesn't use so much smash. She uses a lot of slice drops, a lot of clears, and makes the court very big for her opponents. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Korean player tries to counter that.
Ah, well, there's your answer.
That's a super angle. Gets up early, slices across the shuttle, brings it down nice and short.
Well, I have to say, yesterday when we were watching Bai Yong-ju in her quarterfinal against Li Sherei, and we were talking about the fact that she likes to counteract, and I thought towards the end of the match she was being far more adventurous in to get a long way up in that second game, and then she went negative again and started reacting to what her opponent was throwing at her. Her opponent got back level, and then once again had the courage to go for her shots and closed out the match, obviously in 2 straight games, as we've seen. But it went through my mind, when she is positive, when she does take initiative, what a wonderful player she is, and I don't understand why she doesn't do it more often.
I think a little bit of that is a physical makeup. I think she's more of an aerobic type player rather than a sort of explosive player. And she's built a game and a tactical game around her physical qualities. And therefore she's developed this counter-attacking type style. But as you say, she's got a very accurate attack. Although there's not a lot of power, there's real accuracy when she does attack. And I agree with you, I think she could use it a little bit more, just to bring more variety into her game. And I think she'll be forced to in this game if she wants to make an impression on it.
Oh, good net shot. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the precision of Wang Shixian. When she's on a game, she really hits the lines on a regular basis. Super net, great spin on the shuttle. Bai forced into the short lift and finds the line with the attack. Yeah, we'll see a lot of that in this match. She's a very aggressive player. Good rally, well constructed. Nice slice, return of serve. Steps up the court, pushes into the back corner. See how late Wang Shixian has to take that. Never really gets into position in defense.
Oh, that's lovely. Goodness me, she read that rally well.
No, exactly right. She anticipated the reply, stepped in, lovely touch across the net. Here, look how far she brings the base up. She's on her way forward as soon as she hits it. Great play. Well, you don't see Wang Shixian miss that shot very often, do we? That really is a favourite from round the head there. She loves this cross drop. Just overcooks that one at the side.
I do think sometimes she is a player, though, Wang Shixian, that can struggle with nerves. I thought that when she became world #1, found that burden of expectation a little overbearing at times. Of course, she led out the Sudirman Cup campaign, very first match against Germany. She lost to Juliana Schenk. She's also had losses over the last 12 months to Lu Lan, Sung Ji-hyun, Chen Xiaoxie. They're all good players, but you know, when you're expected to win the whole time, it's a burden of expectation.
When the losses come, they tend to come early in tournaments.
Yes.
Though.
Yeah.
When she gets through to semi-finals and finals, she's got a very good record. But she does tend to be a little bit vulnerable early in tournaments, as you say, a little bit of a nervy starter. She doesn't like this call, but I think that's a good call. I think that's just out.
I thought that was just out.
Yeah, can't see a problem there. Here we go. She's an aggressive little character, isn't she? And she likes this. Again, great precision with the attack down the line. Look at the reaction. Yeah, and that's a classic Wang Shixian rally, isn't it? Super short slice to one side of the court, then the quick change of direction to the other side. Look how late she forces her opponent because it's so short, and then uses the full width of the court. And that's where she's so strong. Bay just turning around asking the coaches whether the first one was out or not. There's a big hesitation. Slice, Wang Shixian using the high serve, giving her opponent time. The net cord helped, but it was a good slice anyway. Good precision, good angle. This time it's Bay that doesn't like the call. Let's have a look. No, it's a good call right on the line.
Oh, lucky net cord.
Yeah, no chance here. Shan trying to play the defensive lift. Shuttle just getting caught on the top of the net and just flicking over. No chance.
So a 3-point advantage at the mid-game interval.
And again, it's the short slice that does the damage. It's a really acute angle.
Ning, Olympic champion now. Korean coach.
Well, you're right, it does look like Chen Gang. But I didn't realise he'd moved to Korea. If he has, he's been coaching in Poland the last couple of years. Former Chinese national player. We'll have to try and check that one out.
Yeah.
It certainly looks like him.
Yeah. And that's what I thought yesterday. Yeah, forced to take the late backhand deep in court.
Yes, and tactically she's got a problem because she's being hurt by the short slices, so she's trying to bring her base up to cover the short slices. And Wang Shan's able to use attacking clears to mix it up and posing a lot of problems at the moment.
Started last year very well as well, did Bae Young-ju, first Super Series tournament of the year in Malaysia, 2011, reached the final. No, it's just wide. Another little look from Wang Shan.
Well, again, I thought that was clearly out.
Yeah.
I don't really see the problem with that. Let's have a look, but we'll see. Yeah, that's well out. Well out.
I think, to be honest, it's become a feature of badminton. I think it's all psychological games from the players to maybe try and say to the umpire, I want you to overrule, or pressure on line judges, or it's a side of badminton which I don't particularly like.
Don't you think it's just a side of high-level sport at the moment? There's a trend in sport at the moment to put as much pressure as possible on officials.
Absolutely.
And badminton's just following a general sporting trend, I would say, and it's sad, but I think it's a fact of life at the moment. Well, it was on, wasn't it? Bae was already anticipating the lift. We'll see here, she's moving away from the net. Look at that, she's on the back foot. Yeah.
Oh, well, the umpire has overruled on this occasion.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call, actually. We're well placed on that one. Let's have a look, see whether we get a good view of it. Yeah, I think that's a good overrule.
Ooh, well, it's a bit rich coming from Wang Sheshian, going to the umpire and telling the umpire that he's got to tell her opponent. There's no question that was wide. Well, look, she's complaining and saying, tell her to be quiet and not try and influence the line judges. As I say, that's a bit rich coming from her.
Good rally, created a little bit more pressure there on a Chinese opponent. Managed to manoeuvre around the court, make her late, and that's what she's got to do. She's got to try and take a little bit more of the initiative, and I do feel Bay's really got to try and get into this first set. She can't afford to just let this one drift away.
It's nice, isn't it?
Super shots, but that's a strength, isn't it? They come down shorter than our opponents expect. And Bay's having a lot of problem reading the cuts and the slices at the moment.
Short. Yeah. Classic, isn't it?
Yep. That's Wang Sheshian at her best. Building pressure, creating the opportunity, and the slice finish.
Almost as if she changed her mind. She really hasn't been able to give the crowd enough to get the crowd involved and on her side to make an influence in this match. The crowd could only feed off what she's doing. That's more like it, and listen to the difference in the crowd's reaction.
Yeah, she's just not been able to build up a sustained period of pressure, has she? There's been the odd point like that one, but she hasn't been able to string 3 or 4 together to create real pressure on her opponent.
No. Well, that goes down as a bad miss.
Well, that was really careless, wasn't it? completely controlled the rally. Bay late, both in the forecourt and the rear court. And then just takes her eye off the shuttle there. That's a poor mistake.
It's just drifted wide. Wang Sheshan exploring every inch of her opponent's court, making her move from corner to corner. In the end, forced the error. And it's now 5 game points to Wang Sheshan. Yeah, first time of asking, and a little squeal of delight from Wang Sheshan. As is normal, after most rallies she wins. But more importantly, for the number 2 seed, it is the opening game. 21-15 in 20 minutes of play. Well, a fair bit of work for the Korean coach to do here. Still never won a game against her opponent, Bae Young-ju, and perhaps, well, I don't know. Does he tell her to change tactics, or?
Well, I mean, we had a good example of why she's never won a game there. Tactically, she's got real problems against Wang Sheshan. Wang Sheshan's slices are so accurate that it's making her late in the forecourt. That means she's trying to bring her base up to cover those because she's not reading them, and that creates space for the attacking clears in the rear court. So she's being caught in the forecourt and the rear court. The answer has to be to try and take more initiative and take 1 or 2 risks and try and increase the tempo of the game, try and reduce the trajectory of her own clears and try and speed the game up and try and create some intensity, try and build some pressure in the rallies, because at the moment it's Wang Sheshan who's really dictating the play.
Yeah. Very vocal on court, Wang Sheshan. So will Bae Young-ju try something a little different? It's very good from Wang Sheshan.
Yeah, she got control of the rally early on with a good short slice again, and won with the variety at the end with the fast clear. Created the easy opportunity to finish. That is delightful. Yeah, there's just nothing for Bae to feed off, is there? And Sheshan not really using any smash, she's using short slices, fast clears, not giving any counter-attacking opportunities. she's got to do a lot more of that. Good straight attack, good penetrating smash down the line, and that gives her a chance to get early on the net. That's what she's got to do, take the initiative.
Yeah, that rally will certainly do her confidence the world of good.
Yeah, slightly flatter clears. You see it here, that gives Wang Sheshan less time to get organised and forces the error with the slice.
Of course, Bae Young-ju has been as high as number 5 in the world rankings, reached that status in June last year, a couple of weeks at number 5. But I guess Wang Sheshan's big breakthrough moment was winning the gold medal at the Asian Games at the end of 2010. Oh, that's incredible. Spinning net cord off a spinning net cord.
Yeah, I'm sure Bae thought she was in control of this rally after this shot. That's a super net. But great touch from low down there from Wang Sheshan.
Yeah, that's remarkable. Doing to her opponent what her opponent was doing to her.
Well, it's a better rally. She used 1 or 2 smashes there to force her opponent into a deeper defensive position, and that creates the space for the slice.
Oh, pinpoint accuracy.
And that's what we were talking about in the interval. Just playing flatter clears, more aggressive clears. Try and reduce Wang Sheshan's time on the shuttle in the rear court.
Oh, that's wild. It's gone way wide.
Yeah, and this is what she couldn't do in the first game. She couldn't string 2, 3 good rallies together, and here she's played 2 very good rallies, and then she gets the free point from that. She's building a little bit of pressure. And again, it's the fast clear. Good fighting, good battling from Bae. There she was forced into a higher clear. Wang Sheshan plays the short slice. But Bae, great defence, great agility there. It's Wang Sheshan making the error, but there's some pressure on her now for the first time.
Yeah, 5 straight points. I think that emphasises what you were saying. Getting a little run puts added pressure on. Oh, that's lovely though.
It's just a little bit too flat, allows Wang Sheshan to intercept the shuttle early.
retrieving. This is a big point. In the end, won by Wang Shouxian.
Yes, but it's better from Bai. Wang Shouxian having to work harder for her points. Okay, she wins it in the end, but she was forced to hit a lot of shuttles, hit a lot of shots to win that rally. And Bai just keeping the pressure on.
It's a good quality rally again.
Again, long, intense rally. Wang Shouxian who comes up with a great touch at the net. Just holds it, nice deception as well. Bai couldn't go too early. Balance, but brings the shuttle down well. Forces her opponent to take it from low down, and that's much harder to find the touch to play to the net from there.
Oh, my word. No, that's so well constructed, that rally.
That was a great point. Got control of the rally early on and then just keeps her opponent late, doesn't she? She doesn't, once she makes her opponent late once, she makes her late. She keeps the pressure on so well. Plays with great precision.
Following in court number 2, men's singles match number 2-9 between Lei Chongwei Malaysia versus Yu China. Umpire Kang Shin Korea. Service judge Kim Myo-jung Korea. And team of line judges are D.
Oh my goodness. How on earth did she play that? I thought that she needn't have played it. I thought the shuttle may have been going wide.
Well, some fantastic defence from Bai, but as I say, same as the last point. 5-6 shots in a row, Bai's completely off balance, just with the precision and the touch of Wang Shouxian.
Well, just won 5 of the last 6 points. There's Wang Shouxian. Never show much expression, do they, the Chinese coaches?
Oh, that was close.
Wow, a look of absolute astonishment on the face of Bei Young-ju. Looking up towards the giant screen, see if there's going to be a replay.
It was good defence. Well,
that's a mile in.
that's a very odd call. She was disappointed playing in her own country to get a call like that, you have to say.
Well, that's extraordinary.
Well, it's good mental toughness to come back. That's a good slice. Forces the error. Again, Wang Sheshan having to take the shuttle from very low, and that forces the error.
Oh, dear me.
Completely off balance.
A number of times she's been forced to turn and play that backhand very late indeed, and it means that Wang Sheshan has the advantage at the mid-game interval. She's not reading that at all, is she, Ian?
No, there's just, when Wang Sheshan's got time on the shuttle, she's got so many options that Bei's really struggling to anticipate the next shot, and she's being caught short, and she's been caught by the short slices, but also that flick into that deep backhand corner, as you say. She's having to take too many late backhands at the moment. But that's, you know, what she's got to do is what she did at the start of that game, is try and take the initiative off the first one or two shots in the rally. Once she's losing the initiative, she's in real trouble here. So I think more aggression on return of serve is probably what I'd be saying to her at this stage of the game. Try and make Wang Sheshan late early on in the rally.
Too wide.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying early on in that rally there. Just feel if she can use one or two smashes, maybe because it's not powerful, it's not going to win the point, but it just forces Wang Sheshan a little bit deeper into a defensive position and creates a little space for the slices.
Oh, change of mind there, surely. It's a nothing shot.
Yeah, tried to change the direction at the last moment, but total miss hit.
is just phenomenal from Wang Shixian. Punch clears deep into court. Then the angled attack.
Yeah, we can see there Bei forced into the high defensive clear. And from then on, she's always in trouble against the skill of her Chinese opponent.
Ran out of patience, I think, there, Bei Yunju.
Yeah, just early on in that rally, she had one or two chances to maybe use the smash. Didn't, went for the drops, and there's no real pressure on Wang Shixian at the moment, is there?
Extraordinary control. Saw it in the opening game, didn't we? A couple of net shots from Wang Shixian. That was equally as accurate, because her opponent was ready to pounce.
Yeah, look how late she takes it, but still finds good touch.
Gone wide. And I think the spirit of Bei Yunju is beginning to be broken. Body language after that rally, very concerning for all Korean fans. All good. No, well, the umpire agrees with the line judge, and I think I do too. We'll have a better look at it now. Oh, well, it was closer than I thought, but I thought it did touch the outside edge of the line.
Just misses this one. She's shown great touch, but didn't miss it by much. She gets a lot of spin on that shuttle, doesn't she?
Incredible amount.
Really good handwork there. Yeah, Wang Shixian's created a lot of pressure in that corner, hasn't she, in this second game? She's really directed a lot of her play into that corner, trying to soften her opponent up and open up the front court for the slices. and I'd like to have seen more of that. Not necessarily going to win the point with it, but it's just an extra threat. It just fixes their opponent in the mid-court position and creates some space.
Well, so much for my theory that the spirit was being broken. Bei Young-ju still fighting.
I just have the feeling Wang Shixian's just relaxed just a touch. She's missed 2 of her favourite shots there. Twice she's got in early and missed net shots, which is very unusual for her.
And that's indication from her coaches, as if to say, come on, just tighten up your game. It's not won yet. Going for the smash, which is what you wanted to see earlier on, but hitting wide, and therefore it is 5 match points to Wang Shixian. Oh, that's incredible. Lovely drop shots, and in all honesty, a superb performance from Wang Shixian. What a record she has at this Korean Open. Her 3rd appearance here and her 3rd consecutive final, with that semi-final victory over Bei Young-ju. Umpire just confirming the score, 21-15, 21-16. And Bei Young-ju's run in this year's Korean Open comes to an end. So, their confirmation of the score, 48 minutes needed to get through to her 3rd consecutive final at the Korean Open. So they take leave of the court, and that confirms that whilst Korea have finalists in the mixed doubles, they won't have finalists in the women's singles, because the top half of the draw is an all-Chinese affair. But of course, next on our centre court here on semi-finals day is men's doubles, and Korea have chances in this, as you can see. It's a repeat of the World Championship final, and following that men's doubles, we'll have the 2nd of the mixed doubles semi-finals, and then our last match this afternoon on semi-finals day is men's singles, featuring the defending champion Lin Dan of China. So to world champions Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, #1 seeds, up against Ko Sung-hyun and Yu Young-sung of Korea. And there you can see how they've progressed through to this stage of the draw, and the thing that really stands out there, Ian, is that the 8 pairs there, 8 different nations.
Yeah, the men's doubles has been really interesting this week. I mean, the conditions have just added to the interest, really. It's been quite difficult for the men's doubles players to finish the rallies. There's been lots of long rallies. And this is going to be a really interesting match, I have to say. Fu and Kai struggled a lot against the Thailand pair, didn't they, early on in this tournament? Really had problems with their attacking play in this hall. Defence has tended to dominate this week, and that doesn't really suit the Chinese pair.
No, that's right. It has been interesting, as you say. So, as I say, the next match on court is men's doubles. Repeat of the World Championship final from last year, Wembley Arena, which of course is where the Olympics later this year will be taking place. Number 1 seed Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng up against Go Sung-hyun and Yu Young-sung. Number 4 seeds from Korea.
Following court number 1, men's doubles between Kaya, Fu Haifeng, China, versus Ko Sung-hyun, Yu Young-sung, Korea. Umpire and Rosanto, Indonesia. Service judge, Toititomo, Japan. And the team of line judges are A.
So the court officials have made their way onto court. We await the arrival of the players. Of course, Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, former winners of the Career Open title, having been in 2 previous finals. They were beaten finalists 2 years ago, 2010, but winners back in 2008. And here are the former champions, led out by the left-hander Fu Haifeng, younger of the 2 men. Just turned 28, Fu Haifeng. Celebrated his birthday just before the start of the Korean Open. So to Go Sung-hyun and Yu Young-sung. Number 4 seeds. Oh, getting a bit of a talking to. Perhaps her 2-game victory in her singles semi-final. Not up to the performance that the coaches wanted. I'm sure, in all seriousness, they're very happy with her indeed. I thought she played very well indeed. But I know you coaches, Ian, you're always looking for improvements. You're never satisfied with players, and that's how players improve. That's how the game progresses. My goodness, the game has progressed since our day, hasn't it? Much faster, much more dynamic, and of course that's helped by the change in the scoring system.
Yes, it is, of course, but coming back to your point about the coaching there, I think it's perfectly normal that the coach will still make points. Even you don't want players to become results orientated. You know, it's not necessarily that you played well because you win or you play badly because you lose. You can play very well and lose, and you can play very badly and win. So there's always something to learn, there's always something to be said, I think.
Yes, indeed, I concur with that. So to the number 1 seeds, number 1 in the world rankings, 4 times world champions. Fu Haifeng, as I say, just turned 28 on the 2nd of January. From Zhejiang in Guangdong province, his partner. 31, but he'll be turning 32 come the 19th of this month. 53 and 9. Their win-loss record for last year, 9 finals from 13 tournaments played. 6 titles. Well, you were saying that they struggled against the Thailand pair. And we should mention that that Thailand pair were in fact qualifiers, Isara and Jongjit. The Thailand pair took that opening game. Saved a match point, did the world champions in that deciding game against Thailand pair. Slightly more convincing quarter-final against Fuchs and Roth of Germany yesterday. Now to the number 4 seeds and number 4 pair in the world. They too have a pretty good win-loss record for last year. 6 finals, 3 titles. The titles being Grand Prix events, Swiss, Chinese Taipei and Korea. And in all 3 of those finals, they beat their teammates, Zheng Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. Well, they were semi-finalists last year, were the Koreans. Lost out to the number 1 seeds, Matthias Bo and Carsten Mogensen, who, having won the Super Series Finals in Luzhou at the end of last year, just 3 weeks ago, surprisingly lost in the 2nd round to Chinese opposition Hong Wei and Shen Ye in 2 straight games here in Seoul. So disappointment for the Danes in that men's doubles. But this is the 8th meeting between these 2 pairs. And I think probably that last meeting the most significant, because it's the only one that Ko Sung-hyun and Yu Young-sung have won, and that was in the group stage of those Super Series finals in Luzhou. Eddie Rufianto of Indonesia and our service judge from Japan. Of course, when they met in the World Championship final last year, won obviously by the Chinese. 24-22, 21-16. So the world champions, far side of the court, the left-right combination. And there's no doubting once again where the support is going to lie with the home players. And we thought that would make a difference in our previous semi-final women's singles, but didn't transpire because basically Bae-young-ju didn't give the crowd give the crowd enough to get involved with. I think we'll see a little bit of a difference here in this one, though. Interesting that 6 of those previous 7 meetings, Ian, were all last year. And you and I were at the Super Series finals in Luzhou. Was there something, in your opinion, that the Koreans did very differently to record their first ever victory against the world champions?
I think the conditions suited them a little bit. It was quite a slow hall. It was quite cool in the hall. And it negates a little bit the Chinese all-out aggressive game. And I think we may see something similar here. I mean, the Chinese have started very much on the attack. That's the way they like to play. But this hall has proved very, very difficult for the attacking players to get through. So this will be very interesting to see how the tactics roll out in this one.
Goodness me, 287 already. That is the fastest smash of the tournament so far. No, he's pushed it wide. Well,
I think it signals the intent of the Chinese pair that they're not going to sit back just because the hall's slow. They're going to try and enforce their attacking style on this game. It's going to be really interesting.
oh, that's clever. Good change of pace.
Something we saw a lot of in Guangzhou, isn't it? It was you going forward and trying to take responsibility on the net. And there again, he's rotating in. Good choice.
Very strong athlete. Seems to be wearing a t-shirt under his proper shirt there. Go Sung-hyun. Actually in the hall, I mean, I think it's a fairly nice temperature at the moment, whereas in Luzhou it really was very chilly indeed.
Yeah, I think the aircon's placed at the top of this stadium though, and players are telling me it's actually not that warm on the arena floor. We're getting the benefit of the heating up here.
Totally missed time there. It's gone wide. Well, that's it with the women's singles. I know it's very early stages, but the Koreans really haven't given the crowd anything to cheer about.
No, it's been quite a passive start, hasn't it? Chinese able to take the attack very regularly. Yeah, Koreans just on the defence a little bit too much, aren't they? Giving the Chinese opponents too many attacking opportunities. And we all know how dangerous they are on the attack.
Yes, especially in that formation. Fu Haifeng, another very, very powerful smash. And Kai-yun still so sharp at the net. Not only speed of foot, but also speed of thought. Reads the game so well. Well, 5 straight points.
Well, they look very sharp here, don't they?
Yeah, incredible.
Really trying to impose their game early on. Very concentrated on serve and return, creating the attacking opportunities. And again.
Well, 6 straight points from 5-3 to 11-3. And certainly so far, it's been total domination, really, by the world champions.
Oh yeah, it's been too easy for Kai-yun to get into the net, create the opportunities for his partner. And they've been very, very effective.
Just 5 minutes. It's extraordinary.
I think the Koreans have been taken by surprise by this all-out attacking style that the Chinese have started the game with all week. Pairs have been trying to measure the attack because the matches have been going very long and they've been trying to pace themselves, mix up the attack, but not in this game. Chinese have gone off really quickly. As you say, we've already seen the hardest smash of the week.
Obviously the Korean coaches have said, look, you've got to get yourselves on the attack, because that was quite clear in that first rally. Yeah,
it was better you taking responsibility, moving in, getting the lift for his partner. Cole just making the mistake there. We're disappointed with that one.
Oh, it's brilliant. Good placement of the smash from Ko Sung-hyun. My goodness, they needed that, didn't they?
They did. It's good defence here, though, using good width. Eventually, Fu Haifeng forced to play the clear. Ko very quickly onto it. Well, the rallies are starting to get a little bit longer, but it's still the Chinese who are creating the most attacking opportunities. Yeah, beaten by the angle there.
Cheng Jun, Chinese coach, two-time Olympic mixed doubles champion.
Same again. Koreans being forced off the net into defensive positions. Yeah, we can see that coach asking them to get up the court, compete for the attack on the forecourt. That's a great return from Kai-Yun. It was a good serve, but he drives forward with the legs, just pushes the shuttle back onto the tape and gets the net cord. Impossible for the server to deal with.
That's wild.
Yeah, I think they know this game's gone. But if I was coaching them, I'd be wanting them to keep their concentration, try and find some rhythm for the start of the second game. It's better. Nice combination play. Good teamwork. Here you going in, creating the attacking opportunity for his partner. Good rotation. again. Good forecourt play, nice rotational play. Yu attacks from one side, Ko steps up on the opposite side and wins the point. Two players very high in the court, and that's what they need to be doing.
Wow. Well, that was a powerful smash.
Well, it went down very quickly, didn't it? Yep.
Certainly did.
Yeah, not known for his big hitting. Normally it's his partner who provides the power. That was good.
267.
Better return.
Just long. Yeah, it's all hotting up now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's much more competitive around the forecourt, isn't it? Ka-yeon desperately trying to get the attack there, but you can see the Korean staying higher up the court, giving him less space and less time to play.
Oh, yes. Well, now the crowd getting more and more involved, and even the cheerleaders are jumping up and down in excitement. Yeah, served too quickly. Fu Haifeng not ready.
Dangerous to hit it back though.
Yeah.
Could be deemed a fault.
Nine game points. Well, the Koreans doing exactly what you suggested, which was they needed to find a rhythm prior to the second game.
Yeah, you can see they're using the drive to take Ka-yeon off that net position, driving him off the net. That allows them time to get in and get the net position for themselves. Much better play.
Third time lucky. Converts on their third game points. 21-13, the margin. And the world champions certainly started that opening game in a very, very dynamic, aggressive style. Just 21-13 in 16 minutes of play. So the players get ready to return to court for the start of this second game. But Ian, I can't help but wonder, that was a run in those early stages of 8 straight points by the Chinese pair, from 5-3 to 13-3. And of course there was 8 points in it in the end, and it was that little run that really made the difference in the opening game.
Absolutely, and how many times have we seen that on Kai-Yun's serve?
Yep.
One of the great servers in world badminton, and so quick behind his service to intercept the third shot as well. But the Koreans should know that. You know,
yep.
I just felt they were caught a little bit with a slow start there. And as you say, the decisive break in that game was made very early on. And they certainly can't afford to start slowly in this second game.
No. Well, I'm sure they'll have been told that by their coaches. All very well in theory, it's what you can implement in practice. Oh my goodness, well, just to emphasise your point, a good serve.
And that one he does to the centre, the Koreans aren't happy with it. Actually, that one's legal, because he actually drops the racket to create the straight angle. When he goes wide, sometimes he gets called with the wide flick serve, but not that little one he does up the middle.
Good drive, defence.
Yeah, managing to get past Kai-Yun at the net, not giving Kai-Yun the opportunity to intercept. And you see, it's just too quick for him. Fu Haifeng, no time to get organised in the rear court. Certainly looks though the Koreans want to go to a drive game, doesn't it? Well, he's providing some penetration from the rear court today, isn't he? Consistently up around that 175, 180, 280.
Which is consistently 170 miles per hour.
Yep. That's good hitting.
Yeah.
Again, it's drive defence from the Koreans, working more aggressive in defence, aren't they? Start of this second game, trying to step up the court. And that's a clever rally from Kai-Yun there. Setting the play up for his partner. And finishing the point himself from the forecourt. World-class doubles.
Will they go down as one of the all-time great pairs? Because, I mean, 4 World Championship titles. Of course, in the past, the World Championships in badminton used to be a biannual event every other year. Now, it's every year apart from the Olympic year, but they are missing that Olympic gold medal, silver medalists in Beijing. But they've still been a great pair, haven't they?
They've been fantastic, but I think in badminton, because Olympics is the pinnacle of our sport now, if you don't win the Olympics, I don't think you can be considered great. Personally, that's a personal opinion. I think you've got
that's
to win
very
that.
harsh.
No, but I mean that's the highest.
Yeah.
That's the highest honour in our game, to win an Olympic gold medal now.
Yeah.
Badminton is an Olympic sport, and if you don't win that, I think you know you're missing something.
Unbelievable. Terrific rally.
Well, that's what we've been seeing all week in the men's doubles, isn't it? Really difficult to get through in attack. Great defence from the Korean pair. effort Fu Haifeng's putting into those smashes. Coming back to your previous point, Jill, you know, how many people remember the Super Series titles and the sort of major titles that Kim Dong-moon won? What's he remembered for? He's remembered for Olympics.
Yeah.
I think, you know, and that's...
Yeah, I think we're really in agreement in that there's no doubt the pinnacle achievement in badminton is the Olympic gold medal, but I'm a great believer that you can still be a great player even if you haven't won the Olympic Games. You know, I'm old enough, perhaps it's my age that's the stumbling block here, I'm old enough to remember great badminton players before there was Olympic Games, and you know, I was fortunate enough to compete in the first ever Olympics in Barcelona in 1992, so perhaps my mindset of being brought up without that allure of the Olympic gold medal, 281 is, you know, consistently, it's just incredible, isn't it? Yeah. But I suppose it all depends on the definition of great, really, but
I mean, we're both old enough to remember pre-Olympics. That's fine. I'll own up to that as well. But also, we can both remember when we were growing up, pre-World Championships as well. But the measure at that time was the All England.
Yes. And
great players were the ones that won All Englands and won multiple All England titles. But now I think it's moved on, and I think, you know, what makes the Olympics so special is you get one chance every 4 years.
Yeah.
And that's pressure. That's real pressure. World Championships every year now, apart from the Olympic year, you get another chance in 12 months' time. Olympics, that's real pressure. One chance in 4 years, and the great players will step up and take those opportunities. Great return. It was a good serve. He had to take it from below net height, but managed to push it back onto the tape and get the net cord.
Oh, service fault called. Yeah. Racket not facing in a downward direction.
No, we've seen that a lot this year, haven't we? They're questioning it, but it's been a regular occurrence this year with that particular service. Does just lift the left hand before he strikes the flick serve, and that means he brings the racket up too high. Looks like Fu Haifeng had a good breakfast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No sign of his power diminishing. Look at that. Puts everything into every smash, doesn't he?
He does hold the record as the fastest ever smash in competition play. 332 kilometres now, that's 206 miles per hour. And it's interesting, Ian, that, I mean, we've been here all week, and every day the smash speeds have increased. Players hitting harder and harder all the time.
Yeah, I think part of that is that the players do become accustomed to the conditions. The timing gets better. And also, you know, as we're seeing today, more people in the hall. Maybe the hall's just warmed up a little bit.
Yep.
It'll give a little bit of extra pace to the shuttle, maybe.
That's a marvellous drop shot from Fu Haifeng.
Great variety. He's got the power, but and that forces his opponents to defend deep, and that creates some space for those little cut shots.
Clever. It was all getting very fast and furious. Nice little touch there between the two players. Maybe fierce competition and great respect for each other.
No lack of effort.
He thumped that one down as well, didn't he?
He did, but he maintains the angle, doesn't he? That's what he does so well. A lot of players can hit hard. The key is to hit hard and keep the shuttle going down as steeply as you possibly can. Force your opponents to hit up, defend in an upward direction, and that's what happened there. Lost control in defence. Out the back of the court. This is just good placement, hits across the defensive position.
Well, they have the advantage at the mid-game interval, but I have to say it's been a much better first half to this second game than the first game. Much more competitive.
And there's a real competition to get control of the front court, create the attacking opportunities. Koreans using a lot more drive defense, trying to step up the court, be more aggressive in defense. The Chinese continuing to fight hard to get the attack, and when they've got it, Fu Haifeng is hitting really hard today.
Yeah. Very surprised how little time the world champions spent with their coach there, though.
Well, they know the game pretty well, don't they?
Yeah.
I think they know what they need to be doing here. And again, great net play.
Oh! Well, had to play one more shot than I suspected he'd have to.
He was ready though, look how alert he is here. He's off balance, but look how quickly he gets back up. That's great reactions.
Yeah. There's not many players would have defended as well as you in that. It's slightly concerning, Ian, that they were so deep in their defensive stance, the Koreans there.
Yeah, being forced back. That's what they've got to try and avoid.
Oh. How good is that?
Well, I've just been thinking, Jill, the last 3 or 4 tournaments, Fu Haifeng's not been smashing as much as this. Look at that, 280.
Yet again, in the 280s.
But, you know, he's been mixing it up a lot more recently, hasn't he? Using a lot more clip smashes, drop shots, and using the smash almost as a shock attack. But here it's almost brute force in this match.
Yeah.
Really keeping the pressure on his opponents. see what the Koreans were trying to do there, step up the court. Just forcing the shuttle out of the rear.
Six of the last 7 points, Chinese. Oh, it's missed it. Well, I was slightly concerned, Ian, in the middle of that rally, because I think that Kai Yun stepped on the carpet and I think that his foot slipped from him. I think we'll need some running repairs to the carpets around of the court.
There's another great rally. Flat out attack from the Chinese, this time the Koreans surviving.
2-8-9 in that rally.
But it was survival. And although the Chinese made the mistake at the end, I do feel the Koreans are not going to be able to win if they defend as much as that.
No. Well, I've just been informed by our colleague that in the middle of that rally, Fu Haifeng hit a smash at 289. And he's increased his record. Very nearly 180 miles per hour.
But it's really marked today, isn't it, Jill?
Yeah.
How much he is smashing.
Yep.
I mean, he's not letting the pressure off at all. And as I say, he's been using a lot more variety in his rear court play in recent tournaments. But today, no, he's flat out.
Seeing it, but I can tell you the body language of Ko Sung-kyung after that rally was very concerning indeed, looking very dispirited. Clever. And I guess, Ian, this is why, one of the reasons why Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng are such a successful pair, because you have got the brute power of Fu Haifeng from the back of the court, and yet Kai Yun at the front has such variation.
Well, that rally was a great example. The little skirmish at the start of the rally, he was so competitive, and eventually he gets control of the net and forces the lift for his partner. He's a great net player. When they do get into that formation, they create such pressure on their opponents. Very difficult to break them up.
Just 2 points away now, current world champions, from appearing in their third Korea Open final. Gone wide. Yep. Six opportunities now to book their place in the final once again. First time of asking, and I have to say that was a very, very impressive performance by the world champions Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng. Winners of this title back in 2008, beaten finalists in 2010. And tomorrow they'll be in their third final here in Korea. There's confirmation of how they did it: 21-13, 21-14 in 38 minutes. Well, Ian, really very impressive indeed. What else can you say?
I don't think I've seen them play that well for a long time, actually. That was really impressive. As I say, last few months, Fu Haifeng's really not been as aggressive in the rear court. There's been more controlled play from him in the rear court. But in that game, he just went for everything. And that's when they're so exciting to watch.
So there you can see the 3 of our 5 semi-finals have been completed. 2 more to come. First of all, we've got the second mixed doubles semi-final, and it features the Danes Fischer-Nielsen and Peterson up against the All England champion Xu Chen and Ma Jin. And then, of course, men's singles will conclude this afternoon's play with Sho Sasaki, the number 6 seed, up against the number 2 seed, the defending champion Lin Dan of China. So plenty more to look forward to. Men's doubles, we know that now Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng will be in the final, but we don't yet know who they'll meet. It'll either be the number 2 seeds, Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae, or another Korean pairing of Kim Ki-jung and Kim Sao-ran. But our attention now reverts back to mixed doubles. It is the number 2 and 3 ranked pairs in the world in mixed doubles coming up on court next. But while we wait for the arrival of the players, let's just enjoy some of those very special moments of that men's doubles at the final rally. All in a day's work. Well, it really was a spectacular performance by Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng. Well, they've got their place booked in the final tomorrow. And they know that they'll have Korean opposition, because in the opposite end of the draw, 2 Korean pairs battling it out for the right to meet the world champions in tomorrow's final. But we're concentrating now on mixed doubles, our second mixed doubles semi-final of the day, and it features the number 2 and 3 seeds. Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Peterson of Denmark up against Xu Chen and Ma Jin of China.
주심은 한국의 김가한 씨, 부심은 한국의 김유정 씨, 선심은 CJ입니다.
So the players just been announced. The next match on court. But in mixed doubles, I know we alluded to it earlier when we looked at the top half of the mixed doubles draw, because all 8 pairs in the top half of the draw come the second round were all from different nations. But you look at the overall draw of mixed doubles at quarterfinals yesterday, 2 Chinese pairs, 2 Danish pairs. But apart from that, there has been a very good mix. We had an Indian pair in quarterfinal. We've seen the Russians earlier today.
Yes, and it was a British pair that knocked out the top seeds and #1 pair in the world. So there's good variety in this event at the moment. I have to say, this match coming onto court in 2011, some of the best matches that we saw were between these 2 pairs, involving these 2 pairs. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
Yes, and that's not surprising. They produce good matches when they're ranked 2 and 3 in the world. But the surprising thing with all of their previous encounters, all 6 of them, is that every single match has been won or lost in 2 straight games, which, considering your comment, and I totally agree with you, that it's been some of the best matches we've witnessed in mixed doubles, these 2 pairs playing against each other, that it hasn't yet been to the full distance of 3 games.
No, but in each of the matches, there's such good intensity between these 2 pairs. Some really interesting matchups between the players themselves, contrasting styles. It just makes for very, very interesting badminton.
Yeah, it certainly does. Danes, a left-handed Joachim Fischer-Nielsen, 33 years of age, and playing some of the best badminton of his life. His partner, Christina Pedersen, 25. So, Chinese pair, Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. Ma Jin, of course, is a former world champion in mixed doubles, won in Paris with Zheng Bo. He's no longer part of the national team. Got dropped following those world championships. And he knew he was going to be dropped because bad attitude was cited as the reason for dropping him. But I have to say, I thought that Zheng Bo actually produced some better results playing with Ma Jin than our current partner. But let's have a closer look at the Danes first before we discuss that a little further. Number 3 in the world rankings, as I say, and look at that marvellous win-loss record for last year. That translates into 6 finals, winning 2 of them. Winning 4 of them, what am I talking about? 7 finals for the Danes. Won the Swiss, the Denmark Super Series, French Super Series back-to-back. And then they won invitational events between Christmas and New Year. But that, of course, doesn't count towards world rankings. So as far as ranking tournaments are concerned, 6 finals. And the 33-year-olds. Tall man, 189. 6'2½". She's a tall lady as well, both tall players, 178, that's 5'10". And of course, she also plays women's doubles now, highly successful partnership with Camilla Rutayul. Well, their first ever semi-final at the Korea Open, and it was actually this event that stimulated this partnership coming together, because it was at the Korean Open that Britta Andersson used to play with Joachim Fischer-Nielsen, ruptured her anterior cruciate ligament, and therefore Christina Pedersen came into the partnership, and they've stayed together ever since and been highly successful too. Well, there you can see their first 2 matches, absolutely marathon affairs, including that hour and 23 minutes against Soji Sato and Shizuki Matsuo. Slightly easier in the quarterfinal against the Indian pair of Diju Valiavitil and Juala Gutta. Well, there's Zhu Chen 27 years of age. And you can see their win-loss records exactly the same for their careers as for last year, because they only formed their partnership last year. In fact, they formed it at this very tournament, Korean Open, where they reached the semi-final, losing out to the eventual champions, Jiang Nan and Zhao Yunlei, who you were mentioning were beaten in the first round here by the British pairing of Adcock and Bankia. So they won 2 tournaments last year, both of them Super Series, the All England and the China Masters. Now, they've had a very comfortable route through to the semi-final. And it's been very impressive, because the first round match against 2-time former world champion Nova Wodianto, playing with Vita Marisa, and then against Dukin and Vizlova from Russia, and then against former world champions from Denmark, number 8 seeds, Leybourne and Ruta Yul. And that is impressive, all of those matches in 2 straight games. So, as we were saying, previous matches, all 6 of them in 2 straight games. The last time they met was the semi-final of the Super Series Finals in Luzhou, and on that occasion it was won by the Chinese pair. Well, all Korean court officials. Kim Kang-hyung is our umpire, and Jung Ming Ho, she's our service judge. So the umpire calls for the start of play, and Ian, picking up on those previous head-to-head matches, very interesting that prior to the Super Series Finals, it was the Danes who had won 3 consecutive encounters, including 2 finals, the Danish and French Opens back-to-back, and also the semi-final in Hong Kong. It was a great run they had at the end of last year, the Danes.
It was, they were in great form. We were fortunate enough to see the game in Luzhou, and I have to say the difference was Ma Jin. Ma Jin played a fantastic match in that particular tournament and was really able to dominate the net position and create a lot of attacking opportunities for a partner. So that'll be really interesting to see how the Danes try and counter that in this match.
Well, I know I've asked you this question before about the best front court player in world badminton as far as mixed is concerned, so obviously we're talking about female player, and how Ma Jin rates against the current other players, and indeed rates against some of the great players of the past, because I mean, I think she's far from fulfilling her full potential. She's only 23 years of age. Goodness me, that was good defence as well. We've been singing her praises about net play. What a rally. Oh, extraordinary rally for these early stages. But, you know, I personally have huge regard for Ma Jin as a front court player.
I think you touched on another aspect there as well, Jill, that I think in this combination, I think her defence is better than Zhu Chen's. I think her defence, she's got the best defence of any of the top girls at the moment, that's sure. But she's also a fantastic front court player. She's as good as anybody, certainly. But I think there are some very, very good front court players around at the moment. But she's as good as any of them. But as I say, one of the decisive factors for me is that her defensive quality is unbelievable. There's the example you're looking for, Jill.
Yeah.
She takes 3 together, reads the play, follows the shuttle. he's looking for the shuttle, and look at that, great reactions. Sure, Christina was trying to push past her there, but racket was up ready, able to divert the shuttle into space.
Yeah, there's the defence.
Well-placed smash from Joachim. She wasn't just trying to get it back, was she? She's confident enough to try and actually play a deceptive block to the net off it.
I think the other thing for us to watch out for is her movement off the shuttle. So when her partner is about to play a shot, how she positions herself on court, how she always keeps moving.
That's good.
Yeah, good angle.
That demonstrates the strength of Joachim. He's always looking to move up the court, isn't he? Never lets the shuttle come to him. He's always looking to take it out in front of himself, reduce his opponent's time.
Jin, of course, now just concentrating on her mixed doubles. Very fine women's doubles player as well. Of course, she was in the final of the World Championships in Paris in 2010 with Wang Xiaoli, who's now playing with Yu Yang. Oh, my goodness. Little moment of magic.
That's a Fischer special. We've seen that a few times, haven't we? He's pushing up the court. Look how high on the court he is. Has to take it late. Fast cross-court drive from behind himself. Great vision.
Pretty powerful smash too, wasn't it, from Zhu Chen?
Well, he hits well and he gets a lot of opportunities playing with Ma Jin, because that was great setup play from her again. Forces Pedersen off the net position, then blocks in front of it. Forces her to play the lift.
I thought it was powerful.
There's the power he can supply when he's got time. Another trait of Joachim there, likes to be really aggressive on return of serve. In particular, doesn't like to let the man serve well to him. Likes to put a lot of pressure on, because the male player serving from a little deeper in the court gives him a little bit more time. Really likes to try and impose himself in those situations.
just leapt from the base position there, ready position. Play the smash off the flick serve.
Christina knows she's got to get in and compete on the net, but again, she was intent. I think she was going to play the block there, saw Margin moving forward and tried to push through and just made the error. That's a good return again.
Yeah, the use of the mid-court area, very, very important in mixed doubles. Just gives it enough pace to get it past Margin. The shuttle's landing in front of Zhu Chen at the back of the court. I think mid-court area shots is one of the things that really you'd never see that much in singles. It's an area of the court that you specialise. If you're a doubles specialist, it's totally different shots that are required throughout the match. And sometimes people watching racket sports in tennis, there's not such a difference between singles and doubles players on the sort of shots they practice and the sort of skills that they have, whereas in badminton it's very different skill set, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Totally different training for the singles and the doubles players. Different skill set required, as you say.
Whoops. A little bit of confusion between Zhu Chen and Margin. Margin quite obviously wanting to encroach in on the net as soon as possible. Yeah, they're discussing who should have done what there.
I'm not sure they were discussing, I think Margin was telling. In those situations, she wants to go forward. She saw a partner move forward and that led to the confusion.
And from a coach's perspective, would you agree with her on that?
I would, yeah.
Yep. Well, it is the number 2 seeds that have the slenderest of possible advantages at the mid-game interval. Just 1 point in it. It's interesting to me in the way that Margin has really blossomed in the last 2 or 3 years. I can remember the first time that she played the All England with Zheng Bo, and of course Zheng Bo had had an awful lot of success with Gao Ling in the mixed doubles, and after her retirement from the national setup in Beijing, he teamed up with Margin, and her first All England semi-final in the mid-game interval, she was in tears because he was giving her instruction, and now she's become the commander of the partnership, and she has got the confidence to be able to tell her male partner what she wants of him within the game, what tactics she requires to get her more involved in the net. And it really is an interesting development in her personality as well as just her skills.
Yeah, I'm sure she learned a lot, not just in terms of badminton from playing with Zheng Bo, but also in terms of on-court communication.
Yeah.
I mean, that particular occasion you're talking to, I mean, Zheng Bo totally destroyed his own partner's confidence.
Yeah.
Because as we can see, she's a class player, but he was way too aggressive with her, and she fell apart in effect. But she's a real commander on the court now. Here's a good example. Always looking to move forward. Not afraid to attack the man. We spoke about it earlier on. Joachim was always looking to be aggressive on the short serve. Zhu just throwing in the variety there, putting the quick flick in, forcing the error.
What a defensive shot from Christina Peterson. Goodness me, that was brilliant.
Great shot. Cheng Zhu guilty of hitting into a strong area, though, you have to say. Hit straight onto a backhand defence, but she took the opportunity really well, didn't she? Great shot.
Well, when you defend a 285 km/h smash like that, oh, it is impressive. He's never adverse to coming forward to the net, is he?
No, it's another great example of how high he likes to play on the court. Always trying to be aggressive, always moving forward, even when his partner's in front of him there. Still looking to get in.
All level once again. 13 all. Oh, strings gone, haven't they? Oh, it's landed in. Well, she knew she had to stay at the back of the court because her partner's strings are gone. Wants to test the new racket.
Nice change of pace from Zhu Chen there. Didn't go for the full smash, just clipped it down, took the pace off.
Oh, it's just wide.
Clear Danish tactic, isn't it, for Pedersen to push past margin.
Yep.
And I'm not sure that's a natural game. A natural game is to play the block and move in and try and control the tape, isn't it? This time it's the full smash.
And from 13 all, 5 straight points. And I suspect those could be crucial. Oh, that's a good return.
Nice deception. Again, the intent is to push past margin, try and create some pressure on Zhu Chen. That's a lovely touch.
If there's a weakness in the Danes, it is perhaps the defence of Christina Pedersen.
Yeah, when she's forced off the net,
yeah,
she's a real target, isn't she? Yeah. Service fault called. Looked a good call as well. Just lifting his left hand before he struck the shuttle.
Oh. Well, an overrule from the umpire, and it was a correct overall, because I couldn't believe that that was called wide. That was clearly in.
It's way in.
Yeah. Game points now for the number 2 seeds, Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. Oh, that's good play from Christina Pedersen. Quite obvious the Chinese were trying to keep her at the back of the court. Oh, she's a tall, strong athlete. One game point well saved. Pushed it long. And the Chinese pair take the opening game, 21-17. Frustration there for Christina Pedersen. 21 minutes for that opening game, 21-17. So the players back on court for the start of the second game. Well, if the previous 6 encounters between these two pairs are anything to go by, it's fairly ominous then for the Danes, because all 6 previous matches between these two pairs have been won and lost in 2 straight games. But I did notice, Ian, that Lars Uar, head coach to the Danes, was giving a lot of instruction in that 2-minute timeout.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they try and change the game, because I think they're playing, by trying to take margin out of the game, they're actually not getting their own strengths into the game, if you see what I mean. They're playing an alien game.
Yep.
By not using the net, they're actually not, that's not their natural game. Their natural game is to try and impose and get control of that front court. And what they're doing is pushing past to Zhu Chen the whole time, and they're so intent on keeping margin out of the game that they're playing quite negatively. I think they've got to take some risks, go to the net and try and get Pedersen in at the net, as they've done there. You know, they've got to try and create some pressure and get control of the front court, rather than just trying to avoid playing front court altogether.
Yeah, and I have to say, the opening game, the tactics of trying to avoid the front court altogether were very different to when they beat the Chinese in the final of the Danish Open, the final of the French. And I'm just wondering whether it was that experience in Luzhou at the Super Series finals where, as you've pointed out, Ma Jin was outstanding in her performance, and they've read too much into that last encounter rather than also focusing on, well, what did we do right when we beat them?
Absolutely, absolutely right. They've come on playing quite, I think, a slightly negative tactic. You know, Christina's not in the game on the front court, and when the Danes play well, Christina plays well on the net.
Yeah.
Gets control and creates opportunities for Joachim. Yeah, we're seeing Joachim use a block there, which he didn't do in the first game. Good intensity, isn't it, from Zhu Chen from the rear court. Didn't take any risk, kept the shuttle coming down, and eventually got the error.
Oh, no, it's just wide. Oh, he's so expressive, isn't he?
Yeah, commits on the return of serve, but didn't find a good enough placement with his return. Chinese able to get the shuttle in behind him, and he was always in trouble.
Know exactly what he's feeling and thinking.
Chinese able to take the attack, and once they get it, they're just keeping the shuttle going down, keeping the pressure on the Danish pair, keeping them off the net position.
Well, part of... there he goes again, shouting at himself.
Well, you can see that he's trying to use a little bit more block in the second game, but he knows margin's there, and he's just making 1 or 2 errors, playing too tight, not giving himself any margin at all. It's a good return.
There's a solid defence you were talking about. Well, it took a miss hit in the end. Get the shuttle down.
Yeah, the intent was good though. He was moving forward, closing the space down. We're seeing from rear court, right in the rear court, moving forward. Slight miss hit, but good intent.
We've mentioned their superb form at the end of last year. Just to emphasise that, they had a run of 5 consecutive finals in 5 tournaments played, starting at the Japan Super Series event. And when you consider that the strength of the top 2 Chinese pairs, that was a remarkable run by the Danes. Good smash.
It is. Again, just question the tactic. Christina Pedersen's got one of the great short serves in the game. Yet at the moment, almost every time she's serving to Margin, it's the flick serve to try and take Margin away from the net position. And again, I just think that's a slightly negative tactic, really. She needs to serve short, make Margin take it from below the net and challenge her for that net position to try and win the attack.
Rally by the Chinese pair.
Zhu Chen learnt his lesson from Margin. That time when it was lifted up the middle, Margin moves forward, Zhu Chen moves out. It's a good attack.
She's beginning to get a little frustrated now, is Christina Pedersen. Just picking up on the points that you made, Ian, you've been making throughout the entirety of this match. To me, it's the fact Christina Pedersen's reluctance to play back to the net. It's almost as if she's saying to her opponent, okay, I accept you're a better player than me at the front of your court, and therefore I'm not going to challenge you and take you on.
Fantastic trick shot from Zhu Chen there. But yeah, coming to your point, Jill, you know, they had a great run of results. They won 3 matches in a row against this pair by Christina Pedersen, serving short, getting the racket up, getting in, competing, creating opportunities for a partner. And I just think she's got to take the risk now and try and go for the net. Try and take Margin on. Because she's proven over the last 12 months that she can compete in that area.
Absolutely. Not only compete, I mean, on those 3 occasions, those 3 consecutive occasions, the Danes beat this Chinese pair. It was Pedersen who was outstanding. Her net play, her block defence, her serves, as you say, was the difference. was trying to go in again, wasn't she? Really taking her time. Oh, that's good defence. Well, to the mid-game interval with a 5-point advantage. Zhu Chen and Ma Jin.
Yeah, definite signs that the Danes are a little bit frustrated at the moment. As I say, I think they've got to go back to their natural game and take some risks around the front court. They need the attack. They need to be creating attacking opportunities. Get Joachim in the game, get him fired up.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much to get him fired up. Very intense player on court, great work ethic, 100% effort in every rally. He only needs one shot or so. And he will be back with his belief.
Yeah, again, great vision from Ma Jin. This time she steps off the net, reads the plush, and gives Joachim no time to get organised in defence.
Shot from Joachim Fischer.
Yeah, good concentration from Zhu Chen though. It's desperation from Joachim. Well placed the second time from Zhu Chen to finish the point.
Oh, that is brilliant, isn't it?
Well, a great crouch defence and then quickly up to change the direction with the next shot. She looks in great form. Look at that, that's a great shot. And able to just change the direction and use the space with the next one.
Goodness, mate. Well turned round in that rally by the Danes.
Yeah, Just off balance attacking, wasn't he? That caused the problem. And then he was always out of position.
Showing his cartwheel skills. Well, deceived by the block in the previous rally, and immediately the next rally plays one to his opponents. Looks to me, I don't know if I'm being a little harsh here, Ian, but it looks to me as if the Danes are a little fatigued, and I mean that not as in physically, but as in mentally. I mean, they've played an awful lot of tournaments, and of course they played the invitational event in their home country, the Copenhagen Masters, between Christmas and New Year. Of course, they had a couple of trips to Asia just before Christmas, the Hong Kong and China Open Super Series, then the Super Series Finals in China, then the Copenhagen Masters, then back out to Asia again. And I wonder if, you know, you actually need that little spark of, you know, looks to me as if they're almost running on empty as far as inspiration is concerned in their matches.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I think we spoke about it in Luzhou that in an Olympic year, I think players really need that break over Christmas, New Year. You know, they can train, no problem at all, but to put an extra tournament in there with the Copenhagen Masters, I think is a big ask for these players. They had a great run. You know, if they'd have been losing first and second round in one or two of the tournaments, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe put it in and get some extra match play over the holiday period. Having reached sort of 3 or 4 consecutive finals and played that number of matches with that with that amount of intensity,
yeah,
they really needed a break, I feel.
Yeah.
And you can see from their scores in their early rounds, it's been a real battle for them here.
Yeah,
against pairs really that they've been beating comfortably for the last 6 months. They've had to fight really hard this week, which of course they always will do.
Yes.
You know, they're great battlers and really give it everything, but yeah, the decision making's maybe not been as sharp as it was 3 months ago.
Yeah, they just seem to be lacking that spark that was just so apparent and so delightful to watch in the autumn last year. Oh, that's a heck of a return of a flick serve, isn't it? Great smash.
Yeah, he was behind him. Managed to control it down to the line with good power.
Chen actually slipped over in that rally, and I wonder if Joachim Fischer was just distracted by that. That's why he made the error. But now with a 10-point advantage, the Chinese looking very good indeed. Yeah, it's just not happening for them today, the Danes.
No, this goes down as an easy error. It wasn't a great block from Margin. Christina Pedersen's just not had enough opportunities in that area, has she? She's got no form at the front court in this match.
host of match point opportunities now. But they only needed the one. Totally dominant in the second game. The number 2 seed Xu Chen and margin 21-17, 21-8. And that's the most one-sided match that we've had in 7 encounters between these two pairs. But Xu Chen and Ma Jin thoroughly deserve the victory. 44 minutes. And they're through to the final, where, of course, they will meet Lee Yong-dae and Ha Jung-eun. Disappointing in a way, Ian, as far as the Danes were concerned, their level of performance.
Yeah, I just think they've struggled throughout the week, really. I don't think the conditions particularly suit them here. They've had to battle really hard to get to this semi-final, and there, I'm afraid, they were just a little bit off the pace, really.
Yeah, and that's to take nothing away from their opponents, who were superb. And that confirms what's happened so far, and that we've got just one more semi-final to come. It's men's singles. It's the defending champion, the reigning world and Olympic champion, Lin Dan of China, in a battle of the left-handers against Sho Sasaki of Japan. So this from the bottom half of the draw, of course. And Lin Dan coming through in 3 games against the left-hander Lee Hyun-il. And then had to play against Jan Jorgensen, who overcame former world champion Chen Jin in their second round encounter. He needed 3 games against the Dane as well. Sho Sasaki, well, he's just been quietly making his way through the tournament. 2008 World Junior Champion Wang Zhengming in the second round in the quarterfinal. Yet another left-hander, Mark Schwiebler of Germany. That was 2 straight games, but as you can see, it was very, very tight in that second game. So it means that in the bottom half of the draw, at quarter-final stage, 3 of the 4 players were left-handers. So to our last semi-final this afternoon. Lin Dan, the number 2 seed, against Sho Sasaki, the number 6 seed from Japan. Well, we know that the winner of this encounter will play against the world number 1, Lee Chongwei, in tomorrow's final, because Lee Chongwei has already won his semi-final against Du Pengyu of China. So men's singles, and Lin Dan, one of the most famous athletes in Asia, certainly in China. And I can tell you that, please don't be alarmed by the crowd booing there. It was nothing to do with the players coming onto court. It was regarding play on the second court. There is Sho Sasaki, 29-year-old from Date. And there, Lin Dan, 4 times world champion, reigning world champion, of course. 4 times All England champion, gold medalist at the Olympic Games in Beijing in 2008. And of course, Asian Games gold medalist as well, 2010 in Guangzhou. Sho Sasaki, as we saw a moment ago, his way through the draw has been pretty impressive. Previous 3 matches, all in straight games. And the interesting thing to me is that these 2 men through to the semi-final, and this is the first time that either of them have played it against another seeded player. So Sho Sasaki, 6th in the world rankings, and as far as his win-loss record last year was concerned, 3 finals, winning 2 titles, the Australian Grand Prix and also the US Grand Prix. Beaten in the final in Vietnam. Good supporter of the Super Series last year, played 11 of the 12 tournaments. Of course, qualified for the Super Series Finals. Finished the year at number 8 on the Super Series ranking list. And their confirmation that all of his matches have been in 2 straight games. Tough battle against Mark Schwiebler yesterday. It's the longest of his matches so far. A very workmanlike performance here in Seoul. And in contrast, Lin Dan, surprisingly, has struggled somewhat. The 28-year-old from Fuzhou in Fujian province. But look at that win-loss record for last year, 64 and 5. And that translates into 9 finals, 7 titles. 2 finals he didn't win, the All England Championships, lost out to Lee Chongwei, and of course in Singapore Super Series event he gave a walkover to Chen Jin. Stomach problems. Lin Dan cited as the reason for not being able to contest that final, much to the disappointment of all badminton fans. But as I say, he really has struggled. First round against the Spanish player, Abian, then against the player who ended up 4th at the last Olympics, Lee Hyun-il. And quarterfinal yesterday against Jan Jorgensen. Well, the way he dropped that second game, 21-8, well, almost seemed to lose interest. You and I were watching that. And all of his matches, well, it's very nearly an average of an hour per match. One can't help but think that isn't the normal sort of Lin Dan that we see on the World Tour. But having said that, he keeps winning his matches. It doesn't matter how you win them, as long as you keep winning them. That's the important thing. This is the 8th meeting between the two players. And of course, Sho Sasaki has won on one occasion. That was the last 16 at the Indonesian Premier Super Series event last year. But of course, the last time they played was the quarterfinal of the China Super Series. So we look at our court officials for this semi-final. But that match in Jakarta last year, in the second round, last 16, Sho Sasaki won 21-12, 21-18. And of course, the previous week was when Lin Dan had struggled with his gastric flu, so perhaps not 100% for that. So the battle of the left-handers. Sho Sasaki, number 6 seed, against the defending champion Lin Dan. And Ian, I guess that their previous matches in this year's Victor Korea Open tell us a lot about the styles of play, because Sho Sasaki very much suited to the style or the conditions here, where there's long, grueling rallies and players having difficulty getting the shuttle on the ground with smashes, whereas Lin Dan is such a dynamic, exciting player, but hasn't been able to finish off the rally in his normal style because of the playing conditions.
Yeah, he's found one end more difficult to play than the other in each of his 3 matches. He's struggled from the end he's playing now, and certainly in his quarter-final match against Jan Jorgensen, he just didn't want to waste any energy at that end of the court, did he? He just almost gave it away. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes in this first set.
Well, this semi-final is new territory in this particular event for Sho Sasaki. Prior to this year, never got past the second round. In fact, last year, lost in the first round. Lost in 3 very tough games to the number 2 seed Taufik Hidayat, who of course this year, former world and Olympic champion, he himself lost in the first round to English player Rajiv Usif. Just wide. There's a very famous former Korean player on the left as we look at them, Park Ji-bong. The coach there on the Japanese bench, Keita Masuda.
Great reactions here from Sho Sasaki. Good pick up at the net, had to take it late. Recovered really well to find the interception.
Well, we were talking in the women's singles about Wang Shoshian making it through to her third final in 3 appearances here at the Career Open. I can tell you that Lin Dan has been to this particular tournament 4 times previously, and he's reached the final on all 4 previous occasions, winning 3 of them. And he too, obviously trying to keep his record going of reaching the final every time he's played the Career Open.
That's typical Lin Dan, isn't it? The rally before that, he was beaten with the straight smash down his forehand wing. Having seen it once, he read it the second time, anticipated the straight smash, just turns it across the court, makes it look really easy, and that's very difficult. Yep, but Shosazaki learnt. Didn't go straight that time. Used a little bit of variety, just clipped the shuttle down cross. Nice mix, nice variety. And then Lin Dan again looking a little bit to anticipate a straight. Caught with a cross-court clip.
Idea was sound.
Yeah, went for the half smash and tried to put pace on with the second one. Just dragged it down into the top of the net.
That's lovely. Good vision.
Yeah. Left-hander's shot, isn't it? Lin Dan used to recovering cross there, used to playing right-handers. Left-hander against left-hander sometimes creates the odd strange situation, and that was one of them. Oh, that's nice. No chance to read where that's going.
Clever play, isn't it? Using the body smash there, variation.
Yeah, we've already seen all 3 from around the head, straight smash, cross smash, and now the body smash. Very difficult to defend against variety like that.
So 4-point advantage.
Yeah, this time it shows Sasaki guilty of feeding the left-hander up the forehand side.
Well, they both played against another left-hander within the last 2 days. And sometimes just instinctive, isn't it? You just get into such a mindset of normally playing against a right-hander that, as you've just mentioned, suddenly players have to think a little bit more. Can't rely on instinct. Got to be thinking about each and every shot and the placement of that. Well, Lars Uar and the two Danes all deep in conversation about what went wrong in that mixed doubles semi-final.
We said it yesterday, but Lindan looks in control. He's coasting. He's not in top gear, is he? But just doing enough, building a lead.
Lindan wasn't wholly convinced by the call there. That was a great call by the line judge. That was just long.
Well, the danger here for Sasaki is that Lindan's really not enjoyed playing from this end all week. If Lindan wins the first and turns around to his preferred end, I think Sasaki could be in trouble. He's really got to try and dig deep and get something out of this first game. Try and create some scoreboard pressure on Lindan. I guess it's because he's playing Lindan, but we don't normally see Sasaki make this many errors, do we? I guess it's normal when you're playing against someone like Lindan that you just try a little bit harder, just reduce your margins a little bit. You know the quality of your opponent.
Yeah, and you know that unless you hit the perfect shot, it's not going to be a winner. You're not going to get any advantage. And as you say, you just go for the lines too much, and then you start making errors. Yeah, really opened the rally over the cross-court block, didn't he, on the defensive shot?
Yeah, it was a lovely example of turning defence into attack, wasn't it? That's the key shot. Sasaki forced to take it late, all off balance. Space down the line.
Well, he hit a smash yesterday, did Lindan, of 269. Not up at that speed yet. String's gone in the racket.
Maybe it's one of his favourite rackets. He's not happy with breaking it, is he?
No, he isn't.
It's unusual.
Yeah. Well, there he goes, chopping out all the strings so that the racket frame is not bent or contorted.
He's asking the stringers, he wants it restrung, doesn't he, straight away?
Well, you're right, that's extraordinary. I mean, certainly when I was playing, I didn't know which racket was rich. I didn't have a favourite racket because, of course, if you break your favourite racket, then psychologically it's a problem to you.
Yeah.
That is extraordinary.
But he is very particular with his rackets, and it's probably something to do with the feel of the grip, because he has a, I don't know whether we'll get a chance to see it, but he doesn't actually, he uses toweling grip, which a lot of players don't use anymore, and he doesn't have the toweling grip all the way up to the top of the grip. He only has it part way up. It's quite strange if you get a chance to have a look at it. You have to give Sho Sasaki some credit there. He was totally dominated throughout the rally, but just managed to dig in and stay in it for so long. But in the end, quality told.
Well, there'll be many a badminton fan, I'm sure, that's hoping that they'll get to witness a repeat of last year's final here at the Career Open, a repeat of the World Championship final, Olympic final. And of course, that will necessitate Lin Dan getting through this. And we know that the Malaysian, Lee Chong-wei, is already in the final. Oh, that's clever, isn't it?
Well, it's just super controlled. Sees the shuttle so early, doesn't he? He's got time to choose his space, check his opponent's position, just click the shuttle down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, last time he was in that position, Sho Sasaki was beaten with the straight smash. And this time, Lin Dan using the full width of the court, going to the other side.
Hardly any power on the smash either. It was all about placement and disguise. Six straight points. And a 10-point advantage.
Well, that was ambitious even for Lin Dan.
Just wide.
11-19.
As we saw a little bit against Jorgensen, was able to build up big leads a couple of times and then just relaxed a little bit, didn't he? Looks as though it's the same today. It's 4 loose points.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, it was good. Didn't go for power, did he? Saw Lin Dan was in position, took the pace off and concentrated on precision, getting it as close to the line as he could. And did it really well. In fact, Lin Dan was leaving it, wasn't he?
Yeah. just wide. We've got good sight of that line. Well, it's 6 loose points, to be honest. And now, game points to the defending champion. Good aggression from Sho Sasaki.
Yeah, happy to go into that mid-court exchange. Good racket work, quick drives.
Well, the error on the angled smash across court from Sho Sasaki means that Lin Dan, the defending champion, takes the opening game in this men's singles semi-final. 21-16 in 20 minutes of play. Lin Dan's run of points midway through that opening game really did make the difference. 6 straight points from 13-9 to 19-9. So the players back on court at the start of this second game. Oh, that's interesting. Is that the racket that was broken in the opening game that he's couldn't have restrung it that quickly, surely? Takes about 20 minutes, doesn't it, to restring a racket?
Yeah, probably 16, 17 minutes. Doubt whether it's the same one.
No, but it's certainly a different racket because he needed to test the new racket.
Well, slight increase in tempo from Lin Dan, and certainly during the week he's been more aggressive from this end of the court.
Service fault call, struck above the waist.
Doesn't like that one.
I have to say, it's not often you see a singles player faulted on serve.
No. But the tendency to get the purchase, to get the power, to get the shuttle to the rear of the court, what tends to happen is that your non-racket hand that's holding the shuttle tends to come up to give space to get the power for the racket. And that means that you strike the shuttle above the waist. That's good net. Good net from Sasaki. That's an area where he's really improved over the last 12 months. Wasn't really known for his net play, but now he's got super touch around there. You see it here, gets good spin on the shuttle. It creates the easy opportunity at the net to finish the point.
It's gone wide. Sasaki is an interesting character in a way of how his game has developed over the years. I mean, he's won 17 titles in his career, but never a Super Series. In fact, never in the final of a Super Series tournament. And here he is at the age of 29, and he's playing better badminton than he's ever played before. And with great wins under his belt now, including, of course, beating his opponent of today last year at the Indonesia Open. So he's got better and better with time. So often we see players like Lin Dan at the age of 20, world #1, but Sasaki has really taken his time. It's great to see him playing better than ever at the age of 29.
Yeah, he's been a real late developer. I mean, for many, many years he was playing the circuit from his club, supported by his club. It took him a long time to break through onto the Japanese national team. But since he has broken through, I mean, he's done incredibly well, really. Not only that, he's done really well playing for Japan in team events. He's been a real stalwart of the team over the last sort of 4 or 5 years. Often late developers appreciate it a lot more than the players that arrive very quickly when they're young.
Rally. Well finished off too.
Yeah, again, Lin Dan making the error of lifting cross automatically, forgetting he's playing a left-hander. Yeah, goes straight this time. Finds the error at the backhand wing.
He's overdone it. What was that? Doesn't like the noise.
I think he was saying it was the noise. I'm sure Lin Dan is not used to the attention being on the other end of the court when he's playing. He's used to being the centre of attention, but on this particular occasion...
There's home players, Korean players on the adjoining court, and I think you're probably right. I mean, he just wouldn't be used to people in the crowd not following his match.
No, and it's loud at the moment.
Yes.
Well in. I think that we see that. I think we'll see it's well in. Hesitation.
Oh, it's very good judgment to leave that, because he could have played it.
Yeah, he gets into position quickly. Sasaki looking for the body attack. Lindan too flexible, getting out the way of the shuttle. Oh, that's good defense. So hard during that rally to try and create the opportunity, and when it came up, he just guilty of snatching at it a little bit.
That was a casual-looking shot from Lindan.
It was a casual-looking rally, really, wasn't it? No change of tempo, not many changes of direction. Just pushing the shuttle onto the court.
Oh, it's just long. I was about to say, that is just so sweet. Just tempted his opponent to come forward, flicked it over his head, and just long about that, Brian. Oh, Sho Sasaki asking if he can just towel down. And taking the opportunity to take on board some liquid. Just 2 points in it. That's gone long as well.
Yeah, a well-worked rally from Sasaki. Sees Lindan's taken the pace out of the game, so Sasaki's trying to just impose his own tempo on the game at the moment. He's slowly worked his way back into this set. Great defense. He doesn't win the point in the end, but fantastic agility from Sasaki in defense there, making Lindan work hard, and that's what he's got to do. If Lindan does relax, he's got to be there.
Oh, that is phenomenal. What disguise and what accuracy on that drop shot from Lindan. And it means that he goes to the mid-game interval with a 3-point advantage. How he just brushes across the shuttle there, keeping it straight. The reverse slice, we call that. Well, coach Charlotte Schwanzer looks to still be asking for a little more from Lindan.
More than anything, he's probably asking for a little bit more urgency.
Yeah.
A little bit more intensity.
Chen Long watching this. Chen Long, of course, was the number 3 seed. And withdrew partway through the first game of his first match.
That's good play, stepped up, took it early. He's trying to impose a tempo on this match at the moment.
Simple kill. Damage had been done.
Sasaki just trying to anticipate the return. He's so desperate to take it early. Lindan just holding it and using the deceptive reply.
이어서 이번 코트에서는 한국의 김기정, 김사랑 선수와 한국의 정재성, 이용래 선수의 남자 복식 경기가 펼쳐지겠습니다. 주심은 일본의
Again, really good intensity from Sasaki.
And again, it looks as if Lindan, just irritated by noise and announcements. Well, that's what happens in badminton.
Well, he really's got too much experience to be distracted by that sort of thing.
Yeah.
He's played in louder halls than this.
Yeah, but it's got to be about the first occasion, as we said in the opening game, that the noise hasn't been about him.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the key point.
Well, just to keep you fully informed as to why there was noise there, is because Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang, world champions in the women's doubles, and winners of all 5 premier events last year, were beaten in their semi-final by Ha Jung-eun and Kim Min-jung of Korea. It's a good rally. Typical sort of Sasaki rally, scramble everything back.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Threw everything into that rally, trying to stay alive. What he is doing is making Lindan work really hard for his points at the moment. And that's exactly what you've got to do against Lindan. You know he's going to beat you with the odd bit of brilliance, but if he does relax, you've got to have the game and the intensity to take points off him at that moment. So there's a blood injury, I think. He's just grazed his hand there.
International rules of sports now mean that all blood injuries have to be treated immediately. Won't stop him playing, pretty certain of that. Oh, a tournament referee or deputy referee seems to be coming on with the first aid kit. I wonder where the tournament doctor is.
He's making a dash for the court now. Just got a glimpse of it there. He's just split the end of his finger.
Yeah, while he's getting treatment there, Ian, let's just elaborate on that women's doubles result that's happened on an adjoining court, because I thought Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang last year were absolutely outstanding. All 5 premier events, of course, including this Career Open, and that probably has to go down as one of the big shocks of this year's tournament, the fact that they've been beaten in the semi-final.
Well, first time they've lost in a premier event.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, we were talking about it before Christmas, weren't we, in Luzhou? We were looking for a response from the other nations, from the style of play that the top Chinese pairs are imposing at the moment, more aggressive style of play. It's nice to see that Korea have been able to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking of styles of play, Lin Dan back to his aggressive self in that rally.
Maybe the injury break just gave him time to calm down. He was certainly getting frustrated by the noise in the hall, wasn't he?
Definitely.
Maybe just been able to refocus.
Superb. Ah. Overrule was that by the umpire? Indeed it was. Oh dear. Well, we can see from the replay, and in fact Lin Dan is pointing out the replay, but the umpire's got his back to the giant screen in this arena.
Well, he couldn't have changed it anyway, but it's a tough one. The shuttle was travelling quickly. It was close. I don't think there was a clear, well, there wasn't an error at all, but there wasn't a clear error. So it was a poor overrule, really.
Yeah. Well, that's how to respond when a call goes against you.
Yeah, there was anger in that one, wasn't there? He meant that. And Sasaki falling for the left hand.
Oh, well played.
Yeah, he was under so much pressure throughout the whole of that rally. And then he got a chance to get in close to the net, managed to play a good net shot. Got the opportunity to finish the point behind it. Great battling qualities again there from Sasaki.
Very surprised the umpire is allowing this length of time for Lin Dan to towel down, have a drink, more grip powder on the racket. It's a lovely backhand.
Yeah, nice control. Forced to play the defensive backhand, but rather than clearing, just guided it down the line. Long drop recovery.
Of anguish on the face of Sho Sasaki as he made that error, as he knows time is running out. Lindan just 3 points away from a place in the final once again. Well left. Sasaki had been pulled way out of position. Now or never, as far as this man is concerned. Time the judgment was sound. Perfection. Delightful way to bring up match points. 6 of them, to be precise. The error on the smash there from Sho Sasaki. And tomorrow we will indeed have a repeat of last year's final. A repeat of the World Championship final last year and a repeat of the Olympic final as well. The dream final as far as all badminton fans are concerned. World #1 against the Olympic champion. Well, that's to look forward to tomorrow. There's confirmation of how Lindan got through to his 5th final here at the Korea Open. 5 appearances in Korea and 5 finals. Well, that is impressive to say the least. Well, surprisingly, all 5 of our semi-finals have been done and dusted in 2 straight games, and that really is a big surprise. Usually on semi-finals day, well, it's not unusual to see all matches go the full distance, but that's the way it's happened today. All started with mixed doubles, with home players getting through that Hart and Lee. And then disappointment for the home fans, because Bae Young-ju was beaten by former world #1 and former champion Wang Shexian. She's through to her 3rd consecutive final here in the women's singles. Then men's doubles, and Kai and Fu once again beating Ko and Yu, as indeed they did in the World Championship final last year. Then mixed doubles, and Ju Chen and Ma Jin just too good today for the Danes, Fisher Nielsen and Christina Pedersen. And as we've just seen in the men's singles, well, Lindan, 2 straight games against the left-hander Sho Sasaki, 21-16, 21-14. that's what's happened today. Of course, finals tomorrow. But that's interesting. All the speeds have gone up since yesterday. In the men's, the hardest smash today at 289. And I can tell you that's very nearly 180 miles per hour. Fu Haifeng now topping the list. And when you think that prior to today, the third on the list was the highest. So we've seen the speeds increase every day so far of the tournament. And I wouldn't mind betting that they get even faster tomorrow. Well, we don't yet know the full lineup for tomorrow because there's a match on the adjoining court that hasn't quite finished yet. But that was the way that Lin Dan concluded his semi-final, and it means that Lin Dan will be playing against Lee Chong Wei tomorrow. Well, there was many highlights throughout the day, and certainly watching Lin Dan in full flow is terrific. Sho Sasaki, as always, fights and gives his all on court. It was very, very surprising that Lin Dan seemed to get very irritated by the crowd and the noise. But enough experience to come through, nonetheless. Yeah, he saw the replay on the giant screen, as indeed we had that privilege too. So that was semi-finals for today. We, of course, will be back with all 5 finals tomorrow. That's 1300 local time, 0400 GMT from all of us here in Seoul. Till tomorrow, bye-bye.